Hello. To be off and running by around noon or thereabouts. I've been up to an experiment. There was coal in my basement. I thought I'd see if it would burn. Seems like bits of it don't, so that's interesting. Minecraft lied to me. Shock, horror. Anywho, let's see if we can get this going. Once I've done that, I'm going to make a cup of coffee. I hope at some point I get to settle into like a decent workflow. This insulating mat that I'm sitting on is acting funny. I wouldn't mind being able to get into a decent workflow at some point. Might have to be later in the spring. So I have a tendency for stuff to come up. Like this morning I was partly distracted by bad news in Blue Sky. Usual garbage politics that go on. If you're up to speed with things like that, Kansas. I'm not happy with Kansas this morning. I mean, I dare say a bunch of people there are fine, but some of their shenanigans don't sit well with me. But I was also busy fixing a water leak in a radiator. And by that I mean a steam radiator for heating my place with. I'd been keeping this, it's just a piece of egg carton. I had been keeping a little aluminum foil pan thing underneath this radiator because it had a drip, and the drip was not good for the floor, and is yet another one of those things where, you know, I don't get to ask people for help for a lot of these things. I live here and try to take care of my place to the best of my ability because there's nobody else to do it. And having my floor rot out and the radiator falling through the floor would be essentially bad. So rather than just keep a aluminum pan, before what happened was I had the similar problem in my basement because to run extra water into this fuel oil powered water boiler, you had a little faucet which you could turn on to fill it back up again. And I had to remember to do that. And then this faucet had a leak, so it would be dripping water down around the furnace when pressure was on. Since the steam radiator, it produces pressure, and that's how it makes its thing go. It's like a steam engine or something. It's like a locomotive. And this amount of pressure also was causing water to leak out. And when people came in to replace the fuel tank, they noticed that I had hooked up this funnel and a long PVC pipe so that the water could drip all it wanted, but it would go elsewhere. it would go over to where some dirt floor was, and they took that thing down. I didn't remember to remove it this time, so it was sitting there, and the guy saw that it was there, and fooled with the faucet, like retightened it or something, and now that part doesn't leak anymore. So I was able to take the same completely MacGyver kludge grade fix, which was a little funnel going to some kind of tuber pipe, and I drilled a hole in my floor and put this funnel right underneath where this hot water radiator steadily drips water when pressure is in it. And because I don't have any kind of wrench that will fit the big old nut that's on it. Plus I'm afraid of breaking it. I'm afraid of like turning it the wrong way and everything breaks, and I don't have any good way of dealing with that. So I drilled a hole through a floor and super glued the funnel onto a long flexi vinyl tube that I had. I think I was going to wrap speaker wires around it in a sort of braid, but I never got around to doing that. And ran this tube down, fussed madly trying to make it go to the right place, but finally got it going to a section of dirt on the floor. And so now if that radiator leaks, the drips of water shouldn't go onto the floor to rot it, and instead they will go through the floor in a hose down to where they can drip into earth harmlessly. And maybe I can plant a little flower there so that it could be watered by the... No, that's not going to happen. Anywho, that was all this morning. So now that I've got this going, I'm going to go and make a cup of coffee, and we're going to do some plug-in coding. So I'll have that going on. Oh, and I should pop out chat and set it to all chat. I have no special need for, at least so far, I have no special need for not just doing live chat and seeing all messages. Sometimes there aren't that many messages anywho, it's fine. So yeah. I feel like I should set up a background music. Well, I mean, technically I can. Scooch OBS out of the way, go to stream audio. I'll play something quietly over the main speakers. That'll be background music. How about my Bastel Castle Session A? Might need to turn this down a bit though. Oh, I know what I can do. I'll run it through Galactic. There we are. I'm gonna go and make my cup of coffee. I'll be right back. doing some fairly decent ambient stuff here. Tending the fire a little more. The twirly thing started going. That ought to hold it for a bit. Space ambient this way. Looks like I have all the tools I would need. So if I was to set this to all dry, the deep reverb thingy is being made out of this. And our work for the day is going to be more along the lines of this. So there we are. Let me see if I can get the chat window to behave itself. Yeah, looks like it. Actually, I'm going to read back. Keeping an eye on the stove, make sure it's behaving itself. Interesting thing, I have something that I can show you apart from just only the coding for today, because that kind of includes things like reverbs. And I've been working on these this morning. Yeah, oh, did I mention, not only was I fixing the leaky radiator problem thing, but then also doing a full other batch of, this time, rather short reverbs. So a small room. And I've come up with a way that I can compare them maybe slightly more effectively. I'll see. Rather than simply listen to them, I do have this section where there's nothing but what's called the Dirac impulse. It's a giant triangle shape being fed into the reverb. And it turns out there's a way I can use span to measure what that particular one does. So it's not perfectly stable. I've got it kind of smoothed out, but it's giving me a bit of a sense of what that reverb's raw sound is like. Because you see, if I set it over here, it'll make different sounds, and it's using it entirely on the basis of what sounds are there. But this is an abstract sound. And yet it's an abstract sound that still will fire off everything about the reverb. So if I, for instance, compare it with one like this, here's a slightly different reverb. Same deal. So that one's a little heavier, around 500 hertz. And what I'm going to be wanting to do is going through all of these and seeing how they all behave in this little section of the sound that exists in all of my examples. I mostly only listen to the drum parts or the guitar parts or whatever, but I'm quite curious if I've got stuff that's generally good. Can I get stuff that's unusually smooth, say between 1K and 8K or whatever? So that's another example. I can pick out yet another one that is fairly, that is one which is a somewhat larger room. That one has a major dip around 350 or so. So that's going to have its own tonal coloration going on. Seems relatively smooth up here. And I can also pick an enormous one. And that should still give me a result. I guess we'll find out. Yeah. So this ginormous reverb has sort of these emphasis on it. And that's a slight lift around 2K. So this gives me yet another way to grovel through all of these, although it's kind of by hand. This is not exactly an easy, convenient way of going through these. I might want to pick them out by sound, but I might also find some way of continuing to do this. Again, it gives me consistent results. I'm just feeding a click followed by essentially DC offset into this reverb. And that is kind of the difference, what I get out of it. So what I'd be doing is looking for essentially smooth results. Here's the editor. And I've got it set to a third octave. If I don't have it set to a third octave, this is what I see. And there might be something to be said for analyzing it this way. But setting it to the third octave gives me sort of large-scale effects off of the back of that. Although what I could do is like do that, and then go to like one of my ones that is, let's see, here's 675 seat, so this is still a fairly large impulse, but in this case, oh, and it remembered that. That's interesting. Well, it's a preset. It is fairly consistently showing me how much energy is at each of these points. And when I set it to smooth, third octave smooth, it rounds it right off. Or we could do sixth octave. Seems it remembers what I had it set at. So that's amusing. And then it becomes a question of, like, I could sort these by size, because I feel like size also has an influence to which ones are good. And go for, say, this one, which is a 900-seater and is the largest sized 900-seater. So that, oh, I've selected it by mistake. To see what it does here. And as you can see, I can change the metering all around like mad. But I'd like to work out whether I can find something that's basically optimal in some way. I'd like to work out whether I can in some way measure this and get a response that is like, so if I wanted to be very cumbersome about it, what I could do is this. I could shut the smoothing off, cut range low quite a bit until everything fits. And then the thing that I could do is run this and say, screenshot just that area for every single one of these, and then average it out and try to measure it based on how much green is on the graphic. Because if there's less green, that means that the departures from an even depiction are less. If there's more green, that means it has more jittery, weird behavior going on. And it'll remember this. So again, we could go to, I kept that one, the smaller one. It might be tied to the room size, though. But yeah, the same thing here. We've got a major dip around 200 hertz. And I feel like maybe the differences in there are less extreme. Although I'm not entirely sure. Here's some of my previous ones that I've done. And if I go to second string, these are all the ones where I still have record of how to access them, but I've thrown them all out. And let's see if I sort it by tags. I look at this one from December. It's a super, super high score. And if we use span on this, so I had moved past these ones, and perhaps that is a fine idea because it looks as if on the whole, it's kind of more flat, but there's just way more zigzagginess going on. Whereas the ones I'm doing more recently seem to be, oh, the reason to use flag over wave is only file sizing. It's lossless. So this one from a long time ago, let's see, that was around 500A. So I can go for, how about this one? This one is so old that it has letters on it. Older version of the software that I used to do this. Although, funnily enough, that was a good era for making these. Some of those worked out really well. And indeed, you can see that the zigzagginess of it is not really quite as extreme as in some of the other ones. Whereas maybe if we have a look at this older one, September, so I'll switch over to same size, but a different one. And yeah, I think this is an example of one of the ones that I didn't actually want. And you'll notice that the behavior of it, there's way more zigzagginess going on. If I measured the green pixels on this image and somehow came up with a way of doing that, those green pixels, there would be more of them because it's covering a larger region. if I measured the slewiness of that waveform, which I can't actually get because it's not a waveform, it's an output of a meter. But if it was a waveform and I measured the slewiness of it, it would be doing lots more than some of the other ones. Back to the ones with letters. And yeah, see, the interesting thing about that is that that looks fairly flat if you squint your eyes a little bit. But I don't need to squint my eyes because all I can do is put on the smoothing. So the funny thing about this is that these generations are producing a sort of rounded curve here. There is not any suck out in the low mids, but there's sort of just large scale bumps in there. And of course the sound of it pretty decent reverb sound. Yeah, you might not want to use FLAC as files in your DAW. It might be too pain in the butt to have it load the files from the DAW. Oh, and then we can also observe some of these. For instance, $664 seat. Now that's interesting. That's one of the flatter ones I've seen. Whereas 664, right? If we go to the opposite extreme, here's 637. That's pretty close to the opposite extreme. That one is not very stereo. That's far too stereo. And that's actually not bad. Look at how flat it is between 2K and 8K. But is it really flat or is it just averaging out? It's just averaging out. But that ain't so bad. That's pretty respectable. Given that that's pretty respectable, what do I have to do to make it not be respectable? 1/12th octave, 1/24th. Or we could try a different block size. Oh, well, it doesn't like that block size. That block size is allowing the low frequencies to predominate because remember, this is a low frequency thump. So it's getting a lot of information that's not helpful. On an even smaller block size, it will take over even more of the display. And if we have an incredibly large size, it's really going to kind of chug, and smoothing means next to nothing. It really wants to be totally unsmoothed. That is arguably too much. Block size 32768. Well, now that one's taking quite a while to build up. If we put the same smooth on, we'll get a very similar look to what we have there. So block size is going to determine how many bins you have in the fast Fourier transform. And this is producing, basically, this is the voicing of it. We're just hitting it with a click. Essentially, it is a Dirac impulse followed by DC. It's just a triangle shape, a sawtooth wave shape that goes bop and then slowly decays. So that's what's causing the noise you faintly hear. And this is what I'm able to do out of it when evaluating it. So yeah, the other question becomes, if the tags go from maximum density, which corresponds to, when I did verb tiny and then verb fat or whatever it was I called it. Verb tiny was maximum depth and the largest peak RMS difference, whereas the other one was maximum RMS, least peak. So we're looking at stuff like this, and the size changes as we go. The size will tend to emphasize longer delays, but one thing we can do is look up the ones that are the largest possible size. They tend to be these infinite reverbs, but there are some of them, like this one, for instance, 898, that was part of my experimentation. And now I'm real interested in if I was able to get, because the idea is this is a more incompressible sound. There's basically more randomness in there. And what I'm doing is experimenting with this, experimenting with span, to see whether I'm getting a flatter frequency response out of it if it is more incompressible. I'm not sure that's necessarily so, but it's interesting to see anyhow. It's a pretty flat behavior from 5 to 10K. There's not a lot of ripple up there. And the overall curve still seems to be fairly smooth, indicating that this might behave nicely in certain ways. Might be an even sounding effect. Here's one that's even smaller. Here's one that's even smaller. These are all from a version of the reverb generating program that's way less sophisticated. These are the ones that I had to run overnight just to get a few thousand or 10,000 or 100,000 instances. I'm honestly not quite sure what I was doing at these times, but it really acts like it's delivering me a fairly smooth frequency response compared to some of these other ones. And that's interesting. Well, this is more incompressible, and it's giving me a particular result. In fact, I could go back to the third octave, or the sixth octave. Yeah, the frequency flatness of this is like within 1 dB from 1K to 8K. That's interesting. So what that means in terms of reverb sound is less certain. But I do have these ones that performed really high under these particular runs. And those are very incompressible, so those are the largest available ones. I've also got references. Those aren't really quite as intense as some of the other ones. And see, this is also incompressible. So if we look for these are not really quite as extreme as the others. Let's see, there's a 1273. And these are using many more constraints on the genetic algorithm than the previous one had. and they're running many more trials. And yeah, that has kind of a big hop around 900 hertz. We don't necessarily want that. It's going to be, I think, somewhat arbitrary, but I feel comfortable in assuming that that reinforcement will tend to apply itself to all of the different sounds. So analyzing it this way means looking for what is the most smooth. And the bumps and things it'll have will be akin to using a particular microphone on the reverb. Let's see, if I instead try this one, my assumption is it's going to have slightly different behavior, and it'll become a question of what kinds of tonal behavior would I want. Oh, there you go. So there's one that is like within 1 dB and a slight hump around 3K for this entire area. I'll be going through all of these and basically looking for stuff like this without even being that worried about what sound it's making. And probably like notches in around 400 hertz will also be handy, on the assumption that if I have a reverb, I don't want it to all just be sort of tubby, boxy mid-ranges. It'll probably sound nicer to people if the frequency chart it produces, without any further correction, is already doing something helpful. And that's going to be relevant also to things like low frequencies, but we're not really looking at those because in this particular one, low frequencies are way the heck off the charts because there's a DC component. So we're only looking at the higher bins. And that's neat. That's actually well behaved. And I don't think I've ever looked at this one specifically. And it is measured at, it's very incompressible. It's measured at purple. What that means, the color comes from this, which is my little chart for average RMS versus peak energy. So this is not one of the deeper sounding reverbs. This one's going to be kind of more shallow sounding, or the reverb will be hanging in the air at about the same depth as everything else, like this. Also, it doesn't really have a very good stereo image. It's okay as far as balance is concerned. Heavy guitar. So that is a 1400. If I sort them by name, I get to have the 1400 standing out differently from other ones. So I can go to this one, which is like 1251. It is much more distant sounding. And then I can measure it with this thing, which I just discovered this morning, measuring this, and see how this one shapes up on span. So some of this flatness might be a factor of having it be a large reverb size. That said, that's not bad. It's got a bit of a bump at around 420 and 240. That's not too bad. That's fairly respectable. I'm not seeing a wild jump. If I, however, take off the smoothing, then it's still not all that bad. We have a bit of a spike here, but considering the amount of distance between like 46 and that's about a 6 dB total range of distance. So that's interesting. And then if I go for a much smaller one that's even more distant sounding, we see whether we can still get that behavior. And we find that we cannot. Look at that. That is like 50 to 40. That's a 10 dB or more range between the loudest peak and the loudest dip. So that's not what I'm going to be wanting. And if we start smoothing it, there's kind of notches there. It kind of drops off more aggressively. And we've got this behavior here, and then it swoops up towards the base and does all of that stuff. And what I'll be looking for is minimum variance on this chart, and this one is not really delivering that. And I think there's a correlation between that and how distant it sounds, and there might be optimal settings. For instance, let's see, 22, 23. I'm looking for yellow ones now. That's about as intense as I can. Well, no, wait, this is also a yellow one, but it is 22.5, which is even more. I'm wondering whether there's an optimum color for this. So we're going to have a look at this. And that has more file size to it. And the range of variations, remember how the other one, it dipped all the way down to underneath here? And this one's confining itself to within 47, about 8 dB range maximum. Maybe a little bit more. In the mids at least. I'm looking at that 5K spike, or that 5K notch rather. Also this 1K notch. And my assumption is if there's a giant spike, it's going to be heard as an audible ringing at that frequency. If there's a notch, it's going to be heard as like comb filtery stuff. And yeah, this is going to require more fussing. I'm going to be fussing with that more going forward, because I might be able to make some sense of it. I might be able to get something useful out of that. As far as what do you use to render all these clips, I render them out by hand. I do this. In fact, I will do this once for you. Every single one of those, I followed this process. I do verbs.text. And I get sounds from down here because I generate a whole bunch of them for me to test. We don't really have many of these other examples in here. Oh, I've got K beyond. We'll do a K beyond. Look how K Cathedral 4 is one of those ones in the letters period. And then I paste it in there. Build. Copy this code number. Fire up short for echo. And hit verb sixes. This now, well, actually, no, I just forgot a part. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Normally I have this window open. So after having built it, I have to drag this over here. This is for every one of the examples you saw. Then I do short for echo. Render it out like this. And hit Save As. And that gives me one of those example files, all those clips. So it's like a script except for it's me doing it by hand for all of that stuff. And the end result, let's eject the thing. We'll insert that into the desktop. Go back over to the desktop. Here we are. And here is what KBeyond sounded like. Here it is on the, well, actually, hang on a second. There's a system, there's something that I do. So if I do batch processing, I've got batches like pre-normalize. So normalize channels to zero. I usually do this on sets of this. So this at least is a script. So I normalize it, and then I do analyze, and that prints out the file from which I set the colors on it. But what we're going to do, since the setting of the colors doesn't actually change anything, we're going to normalize it, and now that's calibrated to the same as the other ones. That's KBeyond. That plugin is out. You have this one. And then if we analyze this in span, so what I see here is that I picked this out by sound, but it seems to be obeying the concept of make it be relatively flat. And this is not even smoothed. If I turn smoothing on, my frequency response here does appear to be relatively flat. A little bit of a dip there. This distance is 2 dB. That's not a huge distance. That's like a microphone. And then we have a little drop around 450 or so, which is consistent with what I think probably sounds good on reverbs. So on the whole, not too shabby. This one that I put out is reasonably good. Oh, doesn't want to quit. Oh, I bet it's asking whether I want to save. There we are. No, I'm not going to keep this. I've got one of these already. So yeah, that's how I do that part. Sometimes doing the work involves thinking of the clever idea or thinking of the clever way to use span or whatever, which was this morning, may or may not result in anything useful. And sometimes the work is grinding away doing, typically I generate 14 of these each morning. And I go through that same process, the one that you see there. And I've been doing that for months and months and months and months. Typically, depending upon how I'm measuring them, like under some circumstances, I will refuse to keep them unless they have a certain peak energy versus RMS score. That conflicts perhaps with the idea of wanting them to be very incompressible, because those seem to be fighting each other. They seem to be going in opposite directions. Normalization probably raised the noise floor the tiniest of amounts, but not in a way that you would consider significant. And yeah, this is just the process. You think of something that you want to do and work towards being able to do it. For instance, we were tinkering with this. This is all separated out again. So there's my boost. There's a reference clip. We're also hard clipping to the reference clip afterwards. And we can build it. Don't need to, but we can build it. Doesn't look like I'm even retaining extra variables, which I would have thought I would need to make one, but apparently not. And then there's clip only 3. We move it to here, and we get back to this stuff, which we were doing all Tuesday. We'll see whether that did anything. And here's what I was measuring. But I had an effect stack for this. So this is heavily distorted. And you can still hear there is aliasing, but some of the forms of aliasing aren't showing up. So if I select this section, aliasing, as the background noise increases, or no background noise, and it does seem as if the aliasing, which you can hear coming through the laptop, is maybe a little more obnoxious. It's not actually any quieter, but it does seem as if something's happening. Also, if I turn it all the way up, no matter how much I turn it up, it is not actually making the swoopy noise go away. Let's select a different area. So you can hear the sweepiness. Okay, that's interesting. Something happened. My apologies. At least it's only on the laptop. Listen to what it's doing. Wait. And 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That tells me it's changing. It is changing that. It is not only putting noise behind it. We have just changed how the aliasing do. That's really significant because, all Tuesday, and I'm glad I jumped back into this rather than just only doing the one that I expected to go. I'm glad I jumped into this because I didn't know on Tuesday that it did this. And yet it clearly does. Also, I gotta take a bit of a break to throw another log on the fire. Soon enough we'll be past this part. It'll be spring and then summer, and I'll be moving the camera up to the, I might go really hard if, I need to look into the camera stores that, specifically I usually go to Adorama in New York. And when I say go, I don't actually go to it, but I look at it online. I need to look whether they have any more B-stock or damaged Black Magics. Getting a little giddy there. Look at it go. Because it just occurred to me, I could be doing my switching around the, let's move this to be here. I could be using my little camera switchy bank and not even having the one that I do the Saturday, Sunday videos on hooked up to it. It can just go straight to its own little screen. But then that would mean I'd have more opportunities for like a wood stove cam and a drum room cam. Stuff like that. And that would be interesting, so I need to look into that. Again, when I do that, I look for B-stock ones. I look for ones that are sort of busted or damaged. I have one where the one of my Blackmagic cameras, the back screen is visibly cracked. Still works, but the screen is obviously cracked. Stuff like that. I would want them to be functional, but I'm looking for cosmetic damage so I don't have to pay as much. And I should probably look for another opportunity like that, because being able to go wood stove cam, and then this one, there could very well be other things if I am fortunate enough to be able to move over to actually doing music stuff again. In particular, I'm quite happy with the work I've been doing on my drums, both in terms of changing the sound of them. I have that triangle set up where it's two front of kit mics pointing at the kit, and I'm happy with the sound that gets. One snare mic, direct snare mic, which I can feed more heavily into the reverb, and it is capable. I mean, it's a very generically snare mic. I mean, it's a 57. But what I can do with that is both use it as a little bit of reinforcement, because without it, just only the front of kit mic, the snare tends to be kind of thin. It's a neat sound, but without a dedicated snare mic, you don't get that studio sound, even 70s studio sound. And then my kick mic is actually another Mini K47, the kick variety of Mini K47. And it is on the floor between the other two mics. So I have this sort of triangle mic position where there's the one on the floor, which is picking up the kick drum, and then the two up higher picking up the main kit, and then there's a snare mic for reinforcement, and that's better than anything I've had before. But, and partly because I came up with that to emulate some of what Steve Albini used to do for drum miking. And it works really well for my style of getting the kick drum to provide definition, but also be that kind of retro sound. And the final detail, which I have yet to test, because I'm so busy doing all this other stuff, I never have time to do anything. I have yet to test this, but I would have preferred to do this a different way, but it is what it is. I cut a hole in the front head, because before it was like your full-on John Bonham style, full front head. I cut a small hole, only about like yay big, directly between the kick mic that's on the floor and the drum beater. Like I positioned it in such a way where that microphone has a line of sight between it and where the beater hits. But since the kick is the rest of the head is so large that it still basically acts like a two-headed drum. And I have high hopes for that working out nicely, for that giving me more of a clear attack on things. So that'll give me a nicer sound without actually doing the mic inside the kick full on clicky late 70s sound. And it also changed the way that the kick sustained a little bit. It changed the whole dynamics of everything. So I'm looking forward to fooling with that a little bit. I was able to tighten up the batter head slightly and have it sound good. And yeah, so tell you what, let me turn this down a hair. But I need to play with it. Listen to what that note's doing. Whereas there's going to be a point in there where those cancel out or act in an entirely different way. Okay, that's fairly clear. Now I'm second guessing myself. I'm like, am I just imagining that? Yeah, the audible note that swoops up and down is literally aliasing. It's what I'm trying to dial in. It's what I'm trying to figure out is how can I get this to act differently? Can I get it to do something else? What can I do to make this interact with the way this noise adding procedure is operating? And the parameter I'm doing is the amount of noise being added. So what I worked out last Tuesday was that adding the noise to it does not actually take away any of the aliasing, any of it at all. Although I suppose that's worth experimenting too. There, now you can only hear the swoopy noise because the other noise is supersonic by now. So if we noise that up, I do not have a Discord or IRC chat thing, although I am actually on Discord, but typically only in a plugin makers Discord or similarly the Surge XT. In fact, I even have a little category to myself at the Surge XT Discord. Friends of Surge XT is basically how that works. So there's a little Airwindows category there. And Surge is an open source project, so you can join that one if you like. Also, I'm now forgetting, what is that C doing? Ref clip. Okay, well then that's easy. No worries. C is just only ref clip. I'm not sure you even need one for the Surge thing. You just have to if you're joining the Surge XT form, like, play with it. Go and get Surge. I recommend it, and fool with it. See what you like about it. So now I'm wondering whether I have an optimal setting at the golden ratio again. Because that's arguably too much noise. That's not enough. So what I'm liking about this XT, is it is somewhat distracting from the fact that the pitch drops. What would happen if I had the fixed setting? Here's where aliasing begins. One, two, three, four. So can I pick the spot where it changes from swoops to double swoops? And does that have an effect on the normal degree? Don't know. But I do have another possible setting now for that. Let's readjust this and continue to do this painful aliasing stuff, but at lower distortion levels. So if we use this distortion level, we're sort of just barely touching the clip. It does make it a fairly quiet alias. We're able to make it much louder. That's less desirable. Yeah, it's much louder. Okay, let's go right up to that point. So there's our pure aliasing. There's just sort of pulsing in the noise. Does make me wonder a number of things. There's one. This is the inverse of golden ratio. Almost. So if we do this, we have supersonic stuff that's going into aliasing, and it will affect the loudness of the noise as follows. So what that's doing is it's translating amplitude of aliased frequencies down into audible frequencies in a way that is not purely aliasing, but is still somewhat amplitude dependent. Well, that's interesting. Now the question is, do I have an appropriate setting for it? And I don't know the answer. Although I do know that that is giving me amplitude changes. Feels like that's kicking on a little too soon. If I do this, I can't hear it enough. Not enough noise. That might be a useful level. Pretty much, Mr. Herbivorous, yes. That's what I'm looking to do, is I'm trying to find an optimal setting that makes some kind of sense regarding what I'm trying to do with it. Honestly, that might be a randomly arrived at setting or just a meme. Things having to do with golden ratio for me is typically just a meme. It shows up sometimes. Like with all pass filters, you can use the golden ratio as the factor for that, but you can also use 0.5 and that works too. That's what gets you the MV sound, the original MIDI verb, because they didn't have multiplies or divides in the original MIDI verb. Or rather, they didn't have floating point. They had multiplies and divides by factors of 2. So that's a lot of noise. Not enough, perhaps too much. So the thing I'm experimenting with now, noticing that on this completely aliasing noise, as soon as I hit aliasing, that frequency jumps out. The noise also jumps out. And the thing I'm trying to work out is, can I make it so that the amplitude of the noise that gets added ramps up in volume as it hits harder? Because if I can do that, then it is translating the volume of an ultrasonic frequency to some kind of audio content in a way that is tracking the dynamics of the original frequency, even while it's basically only clipping. And if I can make it track by throwing more noise when you're clipping harder, that is to the good. So if I set it to 0.5, it seems to instantly transition to noise and then not get significantly louder. If I have it a very small amount, well, the noise is real subtle when I kick it in, but it doesn't really expand very much going forwards. I could also experiment and see what it does with exactly a third. I feel like that kind of, yeah. So the guy that originally started experimenting with this noise interfering thought it got rid of the aliasing, and I found that it did not. but I still might be able to come up with a way of getting it to do something useful because it's in a different context. I'm not doing any of the stuff that he's doing. And yet all the same, I do wonder though, like what if, okay, back into the breach, we're going to code another thing and see whether we can make that do something amusing. We've got ref clip, but we can also have one called post clip, which doesn't have to be the same value. This is the value that works on this stuff. And it is somewhat susceptible to there's a way I can make this slightly more efficient. We don't have to have a separate variable for that. So this is a concept that really works for modern machines. They can do calculations all day long, but they don't really like keeping lots of extra variables around. So what I've just done is I've made it so that it's using the same variable, hardness. In fact, we can do a bunch of stuff like that too. Let's do this. And then let's do this. And then let's remove this. So nothing actually changed, but we're just making less variables every step of the way. And so this is mostly 1, but we're subtracting a proportion of pure randomness from it. And then we get to reuse that variable repeatedly because we just can, no biggie. And on modern machines, it's probably cheaper to just go 1.0 minus noise multiple times, especially since we're only doing it once here, rather than do a whole separate variable just to have that ready. You don't necessarily want to do a whole separate variable just to have that calculation ready. Back in the old days, back in, like the days of DOS and Doom and whatever, that was a real win. But these days, you don't want to be caching stuff in memory because the processors will run way faster than memory. So they'll figure all that stuff out for you in advance and be ready with the end result. Coffee. It's probably too late in the afternoon to go and make another. Now, what was I going to do? I was going to do something with postclip here. We've got all of this stuff going on. And we're doing a thing called slew catch, which apparently we can suppress the loudness. That's what I was doing all Tuesday, was coming up with ways of not having the aliasing part come out even louder than everything else. That's all well and good. But, oh, okay, amusing. Well, that clearly is what I'm using to suppress. I guess we see what it does. I'm scaling based on this fellow, not the other one. So this one applies here, and then that's the one that applies later, and I'm going to show you why that matters. Because we have a whole separate thing going on that leans in the direction of what the other fellow was doing. And it's just possible that there will be use in that. Although it won't be done the same way he's doing it, or accomplish the same results, but I will show you what it does. It's just doing it in a different context. So here's where we're at. Here is now the final clip. And you can do this. And that didn't actually distort at all, so never mind. We'll put it back and try it again. I didn't have much gain going into that. All right, so there's D, and now we are going to clip real hard. Boop. Observe. We've got a little noise on the edge of our waveform, although it's acting a little funny, isn't it? Look at that. So it did only a little bit of that and then stopped. That's interesting. And we zoom into this section, and here is where it is cutting its amplitude down. We can sort of see a little bit there. This is well into aliasing territory. If we zoom in just right, we can see where the high frequency peaks poke past where the hard clip is. And then we're allowing them here. The part that's confusing me is, why is this cutting off now? So one way to fix that, or one way to investigate that, is we don't even slew catch it. So what this is now doing is it's applying the final clipping on the outside of everything, but it is not altering that based on the high frequency behavior. And I don't know what this is going to do. I have made a change. I think that change that I just made is going to do what I think it does, but I'm honestly not sure. And there's one way to find out. Boop. There's our gain. Give it even a little bit more gain. Boop. Now when we zoom in, that didn't change the behavior at all. Neat. So this is puzzling me. I can see on the waveform that it's making this little fuzz of additional noise just past that point, and then it's snapping it right down to this other measurement. That's what I thought the original post clip was doing. this should be running during literally all of the clips, so that's not a concern. Oh, also, give me a moment. I'm going to throw another log on my fire. Firewood's holding out really well today. I mean, I had a little bit of it left over, but honestly, it's holding out quite well. I didn't have to get into this firewood rock hardly at all. Switch over there. Over there, and there we go. You might be able to hear the kettle boiling quietly in the distance. It's bubbling away. That contributes moisture so the place doesn't get too dry. Hey there, JFrag, and Helena, and everybody. Alrighty, so we are applying this ref clip business. Where does it go? I can start throwing it in places whether or not they make any sense to see what it does. That could be amusing. Because you see, one of the things that I just saw was I'm giving, X amount of additional noise, and it's transitioning through that noise and then snapping back down again. So what I can do is say there's ref clip times noise, which should be making it go quieter. But we could take all the times that it gets automatically set to ref clip and instead automatically set to post clip. And we'll see how that changes it. Looks to me like those are the only places it does it. We don't do it here. We don't do it there. Let's see what we got. And the only reason I'm doing that is I know that it's snapping to a setting which I feel confident is actually ref clip. I'm not quite sure why it's doing it in that direction, but it's doing it. So I want to see what it does now that I've changed that little bit. And there's one quick way to find out. Same setting. Now, do we have it way louder on those initial waves? Or indeed, literally all the waves. Okay, so let me pull that back a bit. Because that way I can't even see what it's doing. So instead, this one's ref clip. This one's post clip. What does it do? It's going to be substantially louder, but not all the way up. Up, up, haha. So it bridges the gap. That's interesting. That could be adjusted so that it matches the volume of these things. We do seem to be sort of snapping to the maximum amount. And by the time we get up to our really high frequencies, we got a bunch of different values there. Also, look at that. This is somewhat suppressed, except for all of a sudden, we've got all of these peaks that are showing up at literally post-clip volume now. They're individual samples at post-clip volume. So what this suggests to me, since the one thing worked fairly well, and the post-clip thing didn't work at all, what if we instead override post-clip so that it can be divided by slew catch for these high frequency settings? Does this then dial that back so that the aliasy stuff is made to be not as loud? Because it's going to be nasty if the aliasy stuff is super loud. We're putting that little bit back now that we have the other bit doing something. It's still not doing the thing that the guy does, the lucid fella. And I would swear up and down that I had a version of this that was doing that at one point, but it just stopped. I don't know why. Maybe it's a factor of how hard I'm hitting it. We're distorting real hard. So that's what I did before. There's our noisy behavior, switching to a substantially higher level. Let's undo that and do one further thing. Let's crank this noise level up a lot and see what it does. That's not where I want to see. Okay, cranking the noise level up as far as I can go seems to sort of bridge this gap kind of smoothly. Oh, also look at that in the aliasy area. That's a lot more one-sided than it was. The area in the bottom is much more filled in. The area in the top is kind of not. There's just isolated little points there, but it seems to be doing a very second harmonic. Oh, wow. Didn't see that coming. Okay, so apparently doing this, you're able to turn it to 100% second harmonic in the highs. That's interesting. The squiggles at the knee of the waveforms are the noise being added, which is something that has nothing to do with aliasing. That's just what this algorithm does. We're still figuring out what it even thinks it's doing. Once we are fully, yeah, so that's wild. We can get a sense of how dense the frequency information is here. And this is pretty much right at clipping, but it's super one-sided. If you've gone into 100% pure aliasing, it's rearranging the aliasing something fierce now. That's really weird and interesting. And I don't know what that does to the sound. But we can find out by fussing with the audible output again. My apologies to anybody listening. Ooh, Purist Squish. Purist Squish was more in the way of like experimenting that didn't really lead anywhere. Don't mind me just fooling with stuff. Let's see what that one does now. So if we apply it set just like this, I can get this ratio calculated out if this works. And here's what we see. Huh, okay. Didn't expect that. Here's our low frequencies, and they are now getting a nice tidy little audio fuzz just on the top edge. That's what I thought it was going to do in the first place. I don't know why it stopped. You know, the bats above my house, if there are any, are going to be very unhappy bats. They're going to be like, no, what are you doing to us? Ah. Bat sadness they'll be. Well, since a previous setting of this caused those low frequencies to just snap directly into distortion and then down to silence, and since this is making it go into the noisy scenario, which presumably is distracting from where the aliasing kicks in. It's not supposed to, and it's not really doing it, but here's our higher frequency. As the frequency increases, this slight roughness remains. It's a very small amount on the sample, though. One thing about it is I think it's doing a fairly decent job of making it more irregular. Like here's where the here's where the pointy stuff kicks in. These are overshoots. See the size difference? I have zoomed out enough that we're no longer showing give effect overshoots, and then I'm zooming in just a bit, and it peaks out a little bit higher. And then there is our highest. Purely at aliasing frequency, it's not really doing anything there. But okay, well this is no longer asymmetrical either. I did not see that coming. Formerly it was clearly asymmetrical, but now it is not. Hey Kip, well you know, a guy that lives in my hometown, Audio Damage, did a looper plugin called Circa that I bought. And I ended up liking it, although I don't record music much less use looper plugins. I think you could do worse. You could set up Circa so that it has multiple outputs and then run it into a console mix if you wanted. So, yeah, you could seek that out. So that's interesting. We're not getting a asymmetrical result out of the output of this as it goes up into the super highs. But we're also not getting that middle section cutting out. So clearly you know what the next thing is. Can I put it back? If I can, what was the change that caused it to go back? So here we are, and we've got this at about the same, and we can distort it by yay much. So if I simply do that again, am I still getting, oh no, that went beyond to where it's no longer, that is purely a flat top now that's bridging the gap between the corners and the full crank, and the full crank is a straight line of samples. Maybe it was just an amplitude issue. Seems to have done a fairly good job at bridging that gap. Slightly less gain. And we're still abruptly transitioning to flat top. I guess if I go super hard, what I'll get is 100% the square waveform will have no added noise. Which makes me wonder now, seeing as I'm doing this with it, and seeing as that appears to be doing the job of, like, it's switching from noise to flat top kind of abruptly. Can we dial this in a more interesting way? Select, let's auto extend to zero crossing. In theory, have less of a pop on the selection, if we do it just right. Yep, I'd hear a pop if there was one there. Then back to effect stacks, because here's where we get to see what's happening. I guess maybe not as much as I'd hoped. Oh, I see. So in theory, the slight sound that you hear or the opposite of it, this is me overriding that value. So in theory, I can set it to have as little of that overtone as possible. And this cuts off the noise part. Frame rate is really doing quite poorly. Okay, it's a little happier now. Got sort of a click going on there that's interfering with things, but there's not a lot I can do about it. But we can make that region a little more visible. Actually, you know what? I think I need to extend this more in a little bit. Okay, it's probably about the best I can do. There, audible noise. Here we're hard clipping before it kicks into the noise addition. Actually, let's make that be exactly 0.5. So that's just using everything as the maximum clip amount, but if I do this, there's an additional buzz because that's it going into the fuzzy part and then snapping up to a higher place. Ooh, and this makes it go completely crazy. Interesting. Oh, pff, I can see why. That's just the gain. Never mind. So I'll kind of be able to tell at least a little bit, because there'll be an additional buzzy noise. The farther it goes, the more that's going to happen. Or I can lower this threshold, and that'll do the same thing. No. Okay, so that might be the setting. Oh, and if we do this with it, all of a sudden I'm getting better frame rate on span there. Okay. So hitting full clip, we are kicking in that noise. Should we be dropping the level? Okay, so now the clips become a little bit more audible. You know what? I'm going at this laptop so hard, I'm going to go and get its little aluminum stand that has some ventilation for it. And also serves as a heatsink. Here's the one. If I wanted to go extra hard, I could turn a battery-powered fan on in there. Not as worried about that, but I do want this to not be sitting on the armrest. There. May even help with my frame rate issues, because some of that might be just it going into thermal throttling. So that looks to be the noise floor of my wave file, or AF file. And the noise floor jumped up quite a bit when I did this. So I think maybe what I'm going to do here is we're going to try this without this band and see what it does. And I'm going to need to screenshot this because I won't have it once I close this. So let's see. Back over to here. Oh, did it remember? I think it remembered. Fancy that. Who knew? So that's clearly just a hint of clip. Let's see what we got. That looks like a very clean, very tiny hint of flat top, but nothing else. Yeah. Okay, good enough. Here's our default. And since we're not processing this, we don't get aliasing, because that's not clipping that yet. Let's give it a try. Let's clip it a little harder this time. That's a little harder. And there we are with our slightly fuzzy top of wave. I'm not honestly sure what that does with regard to how it's hidden. But then I do have audio stuff we can play with as well. More obviously clipped. Definitely some funky wave tops there. But now it's beginning to look more like flat topping. And we're seeing a hint of that behavior where just at the edge we have this little fuzz that's barely perceptible. And it goes into perfect hard flat topping right at the very top. And that's more a factor of hitting it harder. Technically, this is all within the range of already flat topping, but there's this tiny difference. Then harder still. You know what? I'm going to attempt the 0.3 with everything all set exactly the same. Now what do we got? That is a slightly. So what I'm wondering is this common to all the waveforms, or does it start to join together? Perhaps not. And then in the overview, we get to see that it's full clip here, but it kind of tries to take it down a bit here. And I'm wondering whether that's something that I can do to force that issue to make it even more intense than that. So we left it defaulted to those settings. It'll remember what I did last, because that's what this program does. And here's something that we are scaling up. And that'll pose some interesting questions. In particular, I think slew catch also has to be scaled by spacing. I don't think I can even do it any other way. I think it has to be scaled. So let's give that a try. So it starts at 0. Here's where we do this. There's our for loop. Here's last sample divided by equal spacing. And we're also going to scale slew catch by the same thing. Although we can ramp it up if we want. Also, just for laughs, I wonder what we get if we do this. We don't have to do the absolute value because it'll force it to be positive regardless. But that's also going to be cutting down the amplitude somewhat. Or a lot. So I don't know. Well, let's see where we got with it anyhow. I think this did the job of bridging the gap that I needed bridged here. Oh, hey, Airwindows. I'm already needing another stick of firewood on the fire. Let's do this again. Let's see what it do now. That's more or less what I was expecting to see there. The difference would be here. And we can hear what it did. Maybe. Alrighty. Back into the code. Actually, I have a better idea. I'm going to make a third cup of coffee. It's only 2 in the afternoon. Might as well go mad. Let's see what we can do. Ooh, I can't open that. Session B. Alrighty. I get to throw another log on the fire and go and get one more cup of coffee, which is all I can really afford today. I don't think I can go any harder than that. We're going to get something cool happening with clip only, but for now, I'm going to set you up with one of my jams on the Bastel Castles. Just straight up observing it this time. I shall be back.
And we randomly stopped. I just wanted to hear where it was at. It's doing about the same as it was before. That's fine. I gotta love how these Bastel Castrals just like making sonorous noises no matter what you're asking them to do. It's crazy. Yeah, back to the more annoying sounds. And also me checking out what stuff is going on. Oh, if you say, it sounds unreal, I can't understand how they do it, it's not they, it's just me with a bunch of Bastel Castrals. They're all hooked into each other. I do have a lot of them. I haven't had time to mix them together. Maybe you're not ready. Oh no. Well, we're going to have to be ready because we're going to try to do something here. So here is our next challenge. Better idea. Or at least I would have a better idea if I knew what I was typing. There we go. There. So now, if we turn this all the way up, it is 1. And the farther I turn it down, the more boost I get. Which matters because we're going to do this with it. Wait, did I just call that something that wasn't D? I bet I did, yes. Boost, I called it boost. And so that's not the right thing to do at all. Let me see. Let me fix this. That was super messed up. I don't know what I was thinking. There. So boost will be 0, or it'll be 1 at full crank, or it'll be increasingly impossibly much at higher crank. And we're going to find an appropriate level for this, because it was not actually good. It wasn't doing what I wanted. Let's see what we can get. It'll end up being a larger than 1 number, because it is 1 divided by a arbitrarily smaller than 1 number. Lorenzo, probably the time shifts are too small if you're not getting anything out of there. After all, it's like the same thing that the symbol making guy was doing, in that it is a rapid shimmying across the samples rather than like a chorus or delay type of thing. It's happening faster than that, and that's why you're not really hearing a difference. So, okay. So now we are multiplying slew catch by boost after having made it, and it is a sort of inverted thing. It can be negative or positive, it won't matter, because it will end up being positive, and it will end up being 1 or more. Let's build that and start playing with it some more. Now this ought to really do something. What it's going to do is let me cut off the amplitude a lot. So let's see how far we got. We'll start it at 1. There, so this is all aliasing, but we should be able to make everything go quieter by moving this towards 0. Not getting it. So what am I missing? I did move it to the right place, yes? Okay, that's the strongest effect I can get it to have. Well, I see something happening here. I am not that thrilled at what we got. So what's going on here? What is going on here that I'm not seeing a result out of this? I should be able to clamp the whole thing enormously. Why can't I? Well, we're defining post-clip each sample, so that at least is going on. Slew catch is only engaging when we have actual clipping happening, so that might be relevant. But it's supposed to, because we're not supposed to be doing stuff to samples that aren't clipped. All of this only kicks in when we actually have clipping happening. All right, good night, G-Frag. We're defining it as 0. We're flipping reverse each time. So we're applying alternate, and each time we're doing a new intermediate. So we have a list of samples. Thing is, at 96K, we only have 2. Actually, we're skipping 0, aren't we? Yes, we are. Okay. Well, that tells me something. That tells me we can also do this. Then we have a little more going on in here. We start out in reverse, and if we're doing any of that, no, it could still be 0, couldn't it? What I need to do is assign it elsewhere. I need to assign it here. Same as the other one. And then we are starting as true. So catch is going to be 1. We're multiplying it by itself, so it gets to have an even stronger result if it needs to. Yeah, and that's why I do the so the version of meter that lives in the newest consoles is a little bit more forgiving that way, because rather than just blasting you with a bunch of red spikes in the metering, it'll just show you white dots or cyan dots, more like white dots, honestly, if you're going way too bright. And that will be visible enough, but less, I don't know, distracting. So post clip divided by equals 1 plus whatever this is. Which technically means I can just put that there. We're not using it anywhere else. There. Now I still don't know why it is not responding to boost, but maybe it will now. What I'm expecting here is to be able to cut down that final clip more aggressively if I have boost at a high enough value. And boost will be at a high value if it is near to 0. I'm puzzled as to why I'm not getting more out of it. But we shall see. It's going to be one of those problem times when I'm trying to get a result, then I can't talk coherently about it. And as I've often said, that's usually when I'm doing my real work. I wish it was more salient, but something's happening. It's supposed to be smooth, but it's super not. So that's having an effect. And it's not a desirable one. It's doing this. So I do not get why that should be happening, but the instant we hit, we're instantly kicking into hard suppression there. So something's gone horribly wrong. We shall see. But now I get to play with some other aspects of it, like, for instance, doing the same thing. And see if it still does it when set to 1. Yes, it is, just not as much. I see it's cutting that flat top down just a tiny bit. It's not supposed to be doing that. And it is certainly not cutting. What it's supposed to be doing is tracking the really high slew rates up here, not back there, up here, and using them to just squinch the maximum output value right back down again. So maybe what's happening is simply that it's doing that on all of the samples or on only the no answer to that thought. I can tell what's happening is it's doing this post clip thing when... But how? But how? Well, this is a routine that runs all the time. That runs in all the samples. And there's your problem. It runs on all the samples, but it is not actually altering the output level until a clip kicks in. And for this to be working properly, it has to be able to do this divide by slew catch business always. Always, always, always. Rather than just was pause clip or was neg clip. So maybe I need to do a whole separate routine. Let's give that a try. Don't mind me, I'm going to stare at it a little bit more. And then I'm going to copy this. put it there. These here. And then this only gets to be last sample, which means it doesn't need to have that. And then this stuff is no longer in pause clip neg clip land. I don't know why. Oh, I know why. I know why. So that was working before, so that's fine. Technically, this part doesn't need to talk to this part. And this can be indented here. And we don't need to talk to this part. Okay, so this should be interesting. And you can move down here. So now that sets up the little buffer that we're using, even if it's only like 2 samples long, could be larger. And then this section down here is what was there before. And what it's doing is it is softening last sample, filtering it, if and only if we've actually got a clip happening. If not, then it is the raw sample that we're using. And since we're not really, well, we don't necessarily do anything with it, once we're finished with all of this nonsense, this clipping nonsense, input sample becomes last sample, which is why we're not filtering it all the time. Sometimes we're just taking it directly. It's just one instance later, one sample later. It's coming from intermediate 0, and intermediate spacing equals input sample, so it's however many delays that is. So that still works. That part's still fine. We've just assigned it to our output, which is called input sample, but it's the output sample. I just do stuff on that in process, go forward with it, and then output it when we're done, which is happening here. So here's where we're applying that final clip. And the final clip is post clip. And we're trying to suppress it if this slew business is happening. Interestingly, we are doing this little filtery thing, and that is actually going to be a look ahead. Because intermediate, the last thing in the chain of intermediate is what we're actually using. So this could have its uses. Or it could be a terrible mistake. We'll see. Let me rinse out my cup. I have polished off the other cup of coffee. We're going to see whether we get anywhere with any of this nonsense. I will keep the wood stove roaring, and we're going to hack away like mad and see if we can get anything to happen. By all means, chat away in chat too if you want. Jonathan, I need Dark Meter in its full form too, but I have yet to get it to compile without having an error in the Linux subsystem. And I don't know why, because it compiles just fine inside Console X2 in the Linux subsystem. So yeah, you and me both. I'd love to see that. Clip-Only 3 is going to be a no parameters plugin because it will be the same as Clip-Only 2 and Clip-Only, which are no parameters plugins. It'll be designed to essentially just be the ultimate safety clipper. Now let's see. So I guess let's see what we get out of this just the way it is. Oh, I see a problem. I see a problem. It might not be a big problem, but it is a problem. What if we add these up the other direction? Do that, and then we immediately use that 0 and let's see just where we get with these then. So what this should be doing is if we have lots and lots of slew, even at really high sample rates, it will take the sample and then it will subtract the immediately adjacent ones. So the low frequency stuff shouldn't do a damn thing at this stage. And then the more of these, the more we get to add if in fact we are at a super high slew rate. But I guess that remains to be seen. Oops. Ha. That's what I had in mind. So in theory, that's gonna work, I guess. This should be small values. The difference is I'm doing this on every sample this time. So maybe what I'll be doing is only applying it. If there's a, well, let's find out what it does first of all. So this may or may not be desirable, but this should be applying a massive, terrible high frequency limiter, which is not what you're necessarily supposed to have if you have a aliasing suppressed clipper, which is not really an aliasing suppressed clipper, which lets all of the sample values through perfectly if they're not actively clipping. And yet here we are, seeing what it does. And here's where we find out. Okay, now we're clipping. At no point do we actually cut down the volume. So that's supposed to be applying a whole bunch of crunch to the amplitude on the output if we have really high frequency sounds happening. I'm not sure that's really what's happening. Let's find out. Doesn't look like it is. Although I will say this, all of our high sample values are a factor of this going on, but it's not scrunching the amplitude down. However, on the bright side, it's not scrunching the output of the waveform down either, so there's that. We got that going on. This has completely failed to do what I thought it was going to do. So now I'm wondering, maybe I simply need to reverse the order of these things? That's what we thought it was. This is the extra part. So this is making post-clip B smaller, dividing it by slew catch. Slew catch is supposed to be kind of flipping values. Can't say I'm very satisfied with this. This is being annoying. Well, there's our loop. We're flipping back and forth. We could be stepping by 2, but we're not. Zero, 1, 2 is what the high sample rate one would be. Of course, I suppose I'm assuming that I'm doing that in a high sample rate. I'm assuming that's 96K, but is it though? And then we're supposed to be multiplying it by boost, which should be able to get up to a high value. And indeed, it should be able to get up to a reasonably high value. Dividing by spacing shouldn't hurt that high value very much. And then this should be usually 1, except for when it isn't. And that'll force it to be positive at all times. And then having just updated this, we use it. So this is not actually a limiter because there is no time constant here. This is still a kind of wave shaper, and maybe that's where the problem lies. But I haven't tried it in this order of operations, so I gotta at least try that. Come on. Come on, you. So there's your problem, or maybe it is. So we're looking for something where as it goes to the high frequencies, this control, E, does more. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. That sounds exactly the same no matter what I do. And I don't understand why. Okay, let's make it really silly. If this can't work, we'll try using it directly and see what that does. So that should do something. I'd be a little shocked if it doesn't. Should screw up the waveform something fierce is what it should do. I don't know whether it will. That should screw up the waveform something fierce. Yep. Seems to. So whatever we're doing here, we're getting silence. That means slew catch is tending to be 0, no matter what it does. We've started it as 0, but we're not doing anything with it. That does at least explain why it wasn't updating PostClip with anything. Ugh. Bacon Paul's 2 filters is probably a fine thing to fool with. By all means, go ahead. And it is indeed a test bed for surge filters, but then so is 6 Signs is a test bed for surge overall mechanics. I'm going to throw another log on my fire. We're getting stuck on this stuff, and there was going to be another thing that I tried, but we have not got to it yet. That is somewhat frustrating, but then sometimes it is. That's just how it be. Sometimes when the day is the most frustrating, either a really cool idea will come or it absolutely won't. You can't be sure. It isn't science, you don't know what's going to happen. And even then, sometimes it isn't science. Boy. So I feel like one of the things that I'm discovering is that slew catch wasn't ever doing anything. Because this is telling me that it's always 0. I don't like that. I would like it to be able to do a little more than that. But here we are. Well, I could try to force it to be something else. I can do a thing here which will automatically give me an interim value that is the averaged out one, and then assign it only if was_clip or wasn't_clip is present. That might have uses. I'm not certain, but it might possibly have uses. So we do this. No, that's still fine. Other than it wants this done with it. And then we won't be needing that because we'll only have one statement. But then we'll be able to use this with something. And we still have intermediate 0 to compare against, so there's that. That is probably fine. Yeah, I think that'll work. So if we do that, the rest of it should still be the same, but now we have this thing called dark sample that we can fool with. So rather than doing this business, we can do this. So if we do that, then we have a kind of slew measurement unless we're at 1x sample rate. Or maybe we want to do it from input sample. Let's give that a try. Yeah, because this was the previous one, and that's probably more relevant. Boom. And then we don't need to divide by spacing anymore. But we're still going to see whether slew catch is anything. And we can boost it up a lot, which may or may not make the rest of the sound peek through. Let's see what we got. Because if it's still always 0, then we have a problem. But if it is some kind of variable of some kind, something that alters, something that is working from the samples we're passing through it, then maybe we can do something. Hope springs eternal. Right, so this is least effect, that is most. It made a noise. We've got a kind of thing. And we've got distortion. Funnily enough, when we do this, although it's terrible, we're not getting the loudest of aliasings. See, full crank. It's doing terrible things to it, but that alias warble is quieter than it was. So when we do it this way, this is not the way it's supposed to work. What's going to happen is it's continually returning to 0. So we have this unpleasant result. Actually, that's even more unpleasant than I thought. So something's clearly crazy bonkers go nuts here. What happens when I normalize that? Okay, it's going to a crazy go nut setting. And then we have this amount of overshoot because it has a wild stray sample, which is probably something to do with dividing by 0 or some nonsense. This is a mess, but it was never meant to be anything other than a mess. We can undo it in good conscience and play with making it do something else. The one thing that I do notice, however, is that it's causing that variable to ramp up in the way I want it. Like the thing that goes positive way too far is starting at a relatively reasonable amount and then going completely astronomical as slew cranks up. So there's that. There's that. So what we can do is return to this. 0 divide. Oh, no. I stand corrected. Yes. Maybe. What am I doing? Oh, I know. Not just directly, but divided by equals 1.0 plus, and here we go back with the exacerbating things. And that's going to force it to be positive no matter whether it's positive or negative, so we don't need to worry about that part. And times equals boost lets us crank it out unreasonably. So this is going to do something. What is a very good question, but it is going to do something. The hope was that I was going to be able to take that really high frequency stuff and sort of clamp it. Like suppress it. Not entirely sure whether that is true, but we'll see. Nice thing about this is it's staying at least in relatively simple code. So this is going to run fast, whether it's useful or not. We'll see. Something happened. Okay, we can go clearly into distortion. Let's quickly apply it and see how much it did. Okay, that's a fairly well behaved but not perfect flat topping. Weirdly, it's only making a little fuzz on the lower of the two, and not very cleanly at that. So it's breaking something in the process of operating. I don't know why it would be only the one and not the other. This is a dual mono plugin, so it has no excuse for doing what it is doing, but it's doing it anyhow. And then as we go higher, we start getting into that noisy zone. And here's as loud as we can go. So I look at the overview, and I see that it looks like a fairly clean level, except for it bumps up in volume and then it goes back down. And then if I undo it, we've got just the sine being generated. So that's completely flat throughout. So what do we get if we do the same thing, but we ramp it up a bit? Let's bring it only that far over. Maybe it'll show a little more of the noise effect, or it'll be weird in some way that I can't predict. And let's see what it does when we amplify that effect profoundly. Ah, don't like that, but it's doing a thing. Yeah, we have like suppressed it extremely hard every time it's not slewing quickly. That's insane. I have no idea what it thinks is happening. But it is going to 0 at that stage. So what's happening here? A fairly similar thing. So this is making sort of chirp effects. What's happening is as it sweeps through 0 or as it sweeps up to nearly clipping, it's doing the same thing. Ooh, but looky here. As we go to the very extremist of extremes, it's finally crushing the frequency down. It's going into volume suppression at its most extreme. So that's amusing. I have no idea why it thought that was a good thing to do, but it did. We can exaggerate it. Let's see what it does when we've pushed it to its very limit. This is the most amplification we can add to this. It is taking all of this stuff and crushing it to absolute silence at exactly the place where it's supposed to not be able to crush it at all. That's weird. Surely there's a way of getting around this. And then this is the part that I was looking to see happening. Not that so much, but up here where the frequency is so close to Nyquist that every single sample is a maximum slew. And it's taking that and forcing the amplitude to go to 0. So it is fading out as it hits the highest slews. But this part's a big problem. There's like next to no points in this waveform that are able to survive at all. That's weird. So dark sample minus the previous last sample. Oh, interesting. Hmm. So last sample equals intermediate 0. That is our delay. That is the thing that is supposed to be happening so that we can delay it as little as possible, but apply this stuff. I'm not talking any sense. My apologies. So we're doing this stuff. Oh, now hang on. I lost a relevant piece in here, I think. No, I didn't, because dark sample is meant to be doing what it's doing. Our problem is that we can't take dark sample and subtract input sample from it and end up with a reasonable answer. So what if we did dark sample minus last sample, which is going to be 0 if we're actually clipping? Is that what's supposed to be happening? Or is the opposite of that what's supposed to be happening? Because if we do this, then we're definitely getting a 0 out of slow catch if we're actively clipping, which means post clip does not alter if we're actively clipping, which feels like the opposite of what we actually want. So that's weird. But if we're not clipping, then slew catch is going to be the difference between the raw pass-through and the slightly filtered version. Or we can move this to here, and then this is always being applied regardless, but then we don't necessarily assign the dark sample until after we've checked this. Well, that's weird too. Let's see what it did. It saddens me to get stuck on this nonsense, but that's the best I can do today. Again, what I'm looking to see, especially in a circumstance of distorting heavily, is something where we can suppress the volume of the really bright stuff, but not the dark stuff. Let's see if this does any better. Well, it got a little bit darker. Okay, so we've got a little bit of saturation there. That looks like that's no longer an appropriate sign. That's looking very much like a triangle wave. So that's no bueno. And then here's our brightest stuff. I see no reason to assume that's any different. Let's go and double check what that actually did. If we amplify it a lot, it's going to be doing this. That's the opposite of what I wanted. And it's doing the same stupid thing of taking our sine And at the point that we are hitting clipping, it's reversing the effect for some reason I cannot predict. So that's funny. Didn't see that coming. It's not supposed to be able to do that. It's looking almost like that's the exact inverse of where that wave would be going if it was going. I can't tell whether there is fuzz on it either. It looks like that's the neat inverse of a soft clip, but perhaps not. And it does appear to be hanging on to that. No, it's not. It's doing something else. We're evolving from this to this. And then we're losing the regularity of it. And it's going a little bit crazy, and then where it's meant to be most quiet, it's the least. Great. Yay. And then at absolute max, here's what we got. Well, that did absolutely nothing. Damn. Okay. Probably time to find out whether I can return to my previous working behavior by abandoning this nonsense. Let us find out. So it needed that to be there. And then now we're not trying to adjust post-clip at all. So if it was working earlier today, I've abandoned that now. Just looking to see whether any of the behavior remains. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of fixing to do. We had it kind of sort of doing something at some point. Sometimes you anti-work in a day. Let's see. Does nothing, as it should. Okay. So without doing any of that stuff, but with this calibrated slight changes in everything, we've got slight fuzziness on the tip of the wave, which is what's supposed to happen. Ramping up. And I think maybe I can see some of the places where we see aliasing behaviors acting in a way. Yeah, we see regularities. That is an aliasing behavior with some noise around it. In the absence of the noise, we would see only the shape. Yeah, there's some more regularity. Set it up just right, and you can see where the regularity is. These up and down shapes that end up here. You can kind of see it, but there's noise interacting with it. Let me tell you a special thing about Surge XT that I enjoy greatly. And this is said knowing that Short Circuit XT is in its early beta. you can load a sample into the wavetable oscillator of Surge XT and use it as a drum sample. Or indeed whatever else. You could use another sample as well. But if you do that, you can use any other thing, like you can have it frequency modulate or ring modulate other oscillators, or you can do all of the things that Surge XT allows you to do with like velocity and aftertouch and polyphonic aftertouch to manipulate the drum sample that you can load into the wavetable oscillator of Surge XT. That works so well that I'm using it myself for some things. I've done it on stuff. So yeah. Flexible Surge is. And the way that it's... I saw somebody interacting with this. They showed up in the Surge forum and wanted to change stuff and do things. See, the thing I never trust about that is people will always be wanting to change and alter things, and they'll end up altering and changing the synth engine thinking it's not hurting it. And the Surge people are a little susceptible to that. I'm a little worried about Bacon Paul's plans for 6 signs. I hope there's an original version available. Because when you go, oh, I'm not going to do anything, I'm just going to change the signal path, that's when my hackles raise, and I go, oh, no. But the person looking to make changes in Surge XT2, which is planned for later, I don't think there's an immediate plan for it, was pitching all these ideas, and some of the issues that were run into were not about whether it was going to hurt the tone. It was more along the lines of, hey, if you do that, there's a lot of additional buried information everywhere, and the interface isn't as easy to discover what to do in. And that's one of Surge XT's big advantages, is the interface is very discoverable. And it's very easy to get around in, and it's very easy to do whatever it is you might want to do, especially with modulators. It's great with modulators. So yeah. I guess the hope is that stuff like that remains available even if they do new versions of it. You don't want to be in a situation where somebody has replaced the thing that you use with something else and then not let you have the original. That's why I do my plugins the way I do them. So let's see now. We have a available control that could be used for manipulating this stuff, and we have the original behavior back. Actually, let's double check. Because I have the original behavior there. I'm pretty satisfied how that looks. But I didn't test it at high gain. Let's do the same thing. But this time smash the heck out of it and see what that does. And that's what I was hoping. We've got the little bitty bits of noise just at the edges of this, but then it mostly goes straight to the flat top. And then as we go up in frequency, we start to get noisier waveform tops, because this is where it kicks in and tries to get a little crazier. It's poking out extra because we're getting into that Gibb effect stuff. This is where I would want to see it start filtering. I don't know if I've got that on tap. I would like to see it be able to start filtering on stuff like, for instance, see this point? That is because we have this neat little square top. Unfortunately, that neat little square top is creating a double swoop when you reconstruct the waveform, and that will clip in a nasty, unpleasant way and cause problems. But there it is. That's what you get This is not necessarily an aliasing artifact, but it's a give effect artifact that I would like to avoid. And then as we continue to go, we see some of that stuff, but it starts to run out as we get into like literally full volume there. And then here we are in basically pure aliasing. So if I scroll in, you see only the actual samples. And if I scroll out a little bit, you see where it would be reconstructed by a converter. And you see it poking out quite strikingly here. I'd like to avoid that. You can also see here where this is just the sample values, but you scroll out a little bit and even this very old version of Twisted Wave will draw the reconstruction. And that is a little hotter than the raw sample values are. Makes me wonder whether you could do a second layer of clip only just to address that. Makes me wonder. So the rest of this is behaving fairly well. I'm enjoying the fact that we've got this, there's a little bit of noise that gets introduced. It confuses the aliasing a little bit, just enough so that there's something else happening. So in brief bursts of high frequency clipping, what's going to happen is rather than just hitting with only aliasing, it'll also throw just tiny bits of noise in, which will approximate the amount of amplitude that you would get if you were distorting an unaliased sound, I guess, is what I'm going for there. The point being, I think there's a use for that noise. Also, hitting the particularly useful thing for the noise as we hit bass frequencies into it is that it's throwing high frequency information that is not raw aliasing at very, very light touches of overdrive. And then the harder you go, it's still throwing the little bursts of noise, but it's turning into a flat-topped waveform. So that makes it go into a soft clip rather than just go into a... And that's something that the previous version of clip only wasn't able to do. So that's interesting too. So I wonder whether I can manipulate last sample in some way based on whether we were clipping in the previous sample. Or whether the current sample is trying to clip and we've just do a bit of a look ahead again. So what would that be like? Firstly, let's undo this and get out of here. So here's where our regular stuff works. So if input sample is less than last sample and was a positive clip, so we'll be doing this if we have a clip happening. If we don't have a clip happening, then input sample is larger than ref clip. We're testing for that. If not, input sample just gets passed through to intermediate spacing. Intermediate spacing is what we get loaded up the way things currently stand. And the last sample is grabbed out of basically like this. So this is basically the stuff. I think we can lose this now. This did not work. Input sample is a delayed sample. Last sample is what gets passed through. And we maybe get to suppress it, maybe don't. We've got it set up to be post clip, so that's closely related to the other clip. So if last sample getting passed in here, if we are clipping, because it will remember that we are clipping either positive or negative. So let me see. That stays. That's the final iron bar. Here's where we get it from. So we're working with last sample. Here's where we pass last sample in to the beginning of all of that for the clip only 2 behavior, which it's capable of doing, except for now it's using noise rather than just a fixed percentage. So there's where we get the dark sample into things. So technically we could move this again. That didn't do what I thought it was going to do, but that's fine. So that should work. In fact, we could, well, no, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine. We could be doing this directly on last sample, couldn't we? We don't need dark sample there at all. Yeah, let's just put that back. There, that's what we had before. And we add those things up. We're including 0, and then we're dividing by spacing. Let's check to make sure that's still what it was supposed to be. Ugh. So much. There's so much. I'm actually under a half an hour away from thawing out my cheese for tacos, so there's that. I get that to look forward to, whether this is working or not. And bits of this are working. Bits of this are working. I'm just not able to get a handle on this. How do I suppress the high frequencies? It's really giving me a lot of trouble for that. I'm trying to get it to clamp down on the highs. Maybe so it makes me wonder, it really does. Let's hit this one more time. Boop. I don't see much in the way of cutting down, but this does appear to be the amount of noise at the edges of the flat top that it was meant to be. Honestly, I feel as if I could maybe be able to do even more of that. Let's find out if that was an unreasonable amount. If we do that, we've got, I think, a slightly larger fluff of noise. Seems legit. Ooh, see how it got slightly quieter at the very edge? That's what I'm looking for it to do. We're just having a lot of trouble getting it to kick in, that's all. So yeah, we're sending in this last value business, but and we don't want it to do that nonsense of snapping the top of the waveform down and inverting it or craziness like that. That's extremely unhelpful. But we're looking to sort of increasingly, so the way this works is the input sample coming in and the previous one it's working from, most of the time, unless we've got a really high frequency going on, those should not be very different. Now, previously, that's how clip-only 2 initially worked, was measuring between the difference of the sample we're on and X number of samples before, which at 96K is going to be like 2 or 4 or so. 44.1K, it's going to be 1. Haven't actually tried this in 44.1K yet. So we have this often thing going on. We have input sample becoming last sample. Then we apply last sample to intermediate, 0. So we could simply measure how far away we are. See, even without doing anything, this gets us a value. That should get us the value we're talking about. Last was the previous one. We're feeding the current one into the little bitty buffer. Buffer is not a very large buffer, but it is something. Perhaps it's just 1 sample, perhaps it's 2, perhaps it's 4, or even 8, or 16 is technically possible. So I could do 2 slews. Crazier things have happened. We'll find out. Also, I no longer am interested in having this be matching. Okay, let's instantiate them. They better start out as 0. Lovely. Now we can try to do something with these crazy things. So we don't need to define that. We can just have it be there directly. Then previous slew. There, now we have 2 of them. Technically that should work. So what do we then do with it? Well, we've still got all of our controls, D and E and such. Well, and we've got boost, so boost can be 1 or a much larger number. Actually, if it is 0, then it is 0. So that may be useful too. So then what? So this is a amount that is going to be either a very small amount or maybe a very large amount at really high frequencies. The idea is that we should be able to check and that maybe we're only using the least of the 2. So let's see what else we can do with that. Oh, so maybe they should be absolute. Absolutely, they should be absolute. Bada boom. So it's always going to be a little more than 0 or 0. Hey, Lorenzo. Yeah, welcome back. We're still stuck. Don't mind me. What did I use? Divided by equals 1.0 plus whatever this is. So let's call it and that way we can make it be 0 if we want. else slew was larger than last slew, so this can be times 1, this can be times much, much larger values. This could also be 0 if we set it to 0. That should work. Let's see what it does. Ooh, failed? Oh, pre-slew. Don't mind me. Losing all track of everything. That should fix its worries. Or not. Now what? Oh, pff. Man, I can't get my stuff straight. Bada-boom. Now what do you think? Ta-da! Okay, so here's the thing. We now still have the annoying thing that we had before, but it's going to be trying to use the least of whatever recent slews are there. I feel like that might have more of an effect on really high sample rates, but we're going to find out and see what it did. So that's 0. There's 1. Here is an extremely powerful effect. And then if we distort a lot. Okay, let's see what it did. Seemingly not much. That's actually good. Earlier attempts at this made a big mess. So when we have a situation like this, where we got boop, 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 that should be a succession of slews, all of which are fairly high. If you're picking the smallest departure, it's still going to be a fairly large departure. Here we get a brief little window where there's not much of a departure, then back to these very large ones again. So this didn't do what I was imagining, but on the other hand, it didn't make an enormous mess. Let's see if we can ramp it up a bit. So this should be what's causing it to do its thing. And I shouldn't need a lot of gain to get it to do its thing. Oh, interesting. I see mess over here. What did it do? Oh, no. Never mind. I saw mess over there because that was where it goes into its high sample rate stuff. Right. Little scrunch on the edges of the clip. Seems legit. That's what we wanted to see. And then up here where it's clippiest, we're really not seeing it take much off of the, like it's a little bit down from what the full clip was, but there's a problem. Or is there? Has this solved? Where's my actual clip at? I see it doing its little distorty thing. Did what we just did force it to not be able to make the reconstruction go past the... No? See down there, we scroll out just a little bit, and It's not as much as it was, but I still see some overshoots. And that's what we're trying to avoid, is these overshoots. They poke out farther than they should. Well, we do have this going, if nothing else. Boost equals 1 divided by boost. So this could become a very large number. Are we using it? No, we're using E. There's your problem. Let's see how much we can boost this. I knew I was using E for this. Not boss boost. There. Now we should be seeing something happen. What is another question? But we should be seeing something happen. We could also do a brief cut and sustain that by exactly one sample if we need to. Or by one, whatever it is that we're doing. Anywho, that's going to do something. What is a good question, but it's going to do something. That's for damn sure. Yeah, E is not enough gain to have this do much. But we've just changed that by a whole bunch. Alrighty, back into the breach. Here we are. Here we are at full crank. And it is not happy, but then that's fine because we knew that was too much. And weirdly, I'm hearing lots of noise. It's replacing everything with noise. And then it's becoming silent. Okay, check this out. That's not what we want, but boy howdy did it successfully suppress the bits at the very end. Something kicked in big time. So what we got in the low frequencies is clearly not okay. In fact, it's completely and totally insane. But, I mean, what's a little totally insane among friends? I still don't know why it's inverting that. That makes no sense to me at all, but whatever. Well, that was way too much. Let's see what happens when we use much less. If we use exactly 1, this part's still fine. This part's definitely quieter than it was. So let's undo that and focus only on this part and see at what stage does it actually start suppressing really, 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 really hard. Okay, that's interesting. So 0.5, that's going to be 2. If we did that, that's a fairly well-behaved waveform. And then as we ramp up to here, we see it being suppressed a little bit more. So that's amusing. At no point can we get it to actually go to silence, though. So let's select a larger area. And see what this looks like when we do this. Boop. I am not entirely certain that that is correctly doing the maximum clip point right. I feel like maybe that is not where that's supposed to be. Where's our overshoots at? Up there they are. Regular waveform. Scroll out just a little bit and the hairs poke out. It feels like it's a little better than it was. And I do like the way that it's able to suppress that stuff. Let's try that other thing. Can we do a previous amplitude suppression? Can we hang on to that and have that also be whatever is the least among them? I don't know. Oh, also it looks to be thawing out food time. Many different things. Also, I remember somebody mentioning that there was an M on the wood stove. That's just some marks on the glass. But there's kind of an M on the wood stove. It's a little bit like an M. See? That's just an artifact of where the airflow in this thing is going and what it's doing. This is definitely a warm little puppy. No question about that. It won't be a moment. There we go.
Alrighty.
I lied, that was more than a moment, but I have my taco cheese ready to go. I am slightly refreshed. I got the wood stuff going. I am now going to try the next thing on here, which is maybe post-clip needs to be divided by whatever is greater rather than whatever is less. Like that. Let's see what we get there. Basically trying to hold it together for the last little burst. See if I can actually get this to work properly. Should be set up to use its thing. It starts out sounding like the clipping that I need to see. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's a lot closer to what I was looking for. Now the question is, does that effectively suppress the overdrivey things? Because it's doing a lovely job at taking down the alias zone. Is that enough to get it to snip off those furry little extra edges that you get? That's an amusing waveform. I wasn't seeing that before. Huh. Okay, so I see sort of furry corners on there. That's the how hard we're hitting it. Square. Then next thing you know, it turns into... Didn't see that coming. It has turned itself into perfect triangle waves for no reason that I can see. And this is where it starts to attenuate. And down it goes. Well, that's amusing. There's our max. There's where it kicks in. Do we have any of this? Ah, that is where the fuzz kicks in. That's doing a very good job of not going too far. I probably don't need to attenuate quite that much. But I'm curious to see what happens when I attenuate way more, so let's find out. I'm happy with what I just saw. That part at least seems cool. This makes it attenuate super hard. Oh god, so hard, it's unbelievable. So yeah, it's completely screwed it up doing this. That is 100% no bueno. And then it randomly gets louder, and then it gets incredibly quiet over here. So we didn't need to go this hard. Still, I mean, if I was worried about it not doing anything before, oh boy. Gotta check the mean value. There's no reason for that to work. And yet it was half decent. Okay, so interesting. Interesting. Well, if we're able to do this, is it also cutting back the amount of noise? Here's gain, here's noise. I had it at 1/3. No, it's not cutting back the amount of noise at all. We're ending up with just all noise. So perhaps none of that. But I'm going to quickly look at what it looks like when the noise is exactly 1/2 rather than exactly 1/3. What do we got? That's looking maybe respectable. Still hearing that aliasing. There's no question about that. What does it look like down here? Oh, look, something happened. Yeah, it doesn't like that. Although it is hard to see, what I see here is no good. It's going up to that point, all right, but then it's like going up and then coming down and going back up again. That's no good. So if that was too far and I had it at 0.3 before, then logically let's half it again. Oven's warmed up. And let's see, what the hell was this? Oh, that was just level. And that is the max clip, semi-max, second to max clip. And my goofy randomness. Okay, that went too hard, but we're on the right track. And this is looking right again. That's going to some extent be a factor of how much gain we push into it. Speaking of which, let's change that and use it exactly the same way that it was being used, but throw much more gain into it. Interesting. Got a different shape. Here's our full crank. That looks much more like just a straight up flat topping, which is what it's supposed to be. But now if we get up to here, here is a place where the aliasing kicks in. It seems to be trying its best. And it does continue to get quieter over here, but with a little extra weight and noise at the, no, not even at the bottom of it. Let's see what that sounds like. Okay. I'll believe it. So, additional test. We're going to do a third sample, or rather a third slew. So let's start editing this now. There. We'll do a little daisy chain. And we're going to take the loudest of each of those because it looks like going for the loudest one was correct. And we can do this with nested if statements. But first thing we got to do is go and fix where it is here. A, B, C. If we do enough of these, we can suppress even higher frequency sounds more effectively. Or what am I talking about? Lower frequency sounds, not higher. For that matter, we could do it in another little array like that, but I don't know if that's really going to be necessary. I feel like it probably isn't going to be necessary. Okay. So now we have 3 of those. So we add this. Hang on. I can type, just not right now. So now it's like that Monty Python skit where everybody's named Bruce, except for everybody's named Slew. Hey, Slew, how are you doing? I'd like to introduce you to Slew. So now we have to make it actually make some kind of sense. But it doesn't actually have to be organized in any way. We only have to pick the loudest of the... Well, hang on a second. It's not quite as easy as I thought. But still. All we have to do is know the loudest, so... I'd like to see whether slew is less than the max of slew or slew. Except for I think I'd better reverse that. We're looking for the loudest of the lot, yes? Yes. That's when it started working, was when I was going for the louder one. So if slew A is louder than either B or C, we use A. Otherwise, A is not louder than the maximum of B or C. So either B or C is louder than A. So we're going to pick whichever one that was the louder of it. Either there's going to be one of those that's louder than A, so we use that one. If B is louder, we use that. Otherwise, we use C, because we know at least one of them was louder than A if we got here. And that ought to work. That should do it. We'll find out. Build failed. Expected something. Oh, there we go. Easy. That's all that was. Got to remember your semicolons. Never forget your semicolons. And Back we go. What are we going to get this time? In theory, this should be even better at suppressing super high frequency stuff. Or it'll be the same. But maybe it'll behave better sort of in the intermediate sections. Let's find out. Seems normal so far. Well, it didn't get louder on the laptop speakers. Let's just barely clip and see what we get now. Well, okay. Okay, I'm liking this. I feel like maybe I could continue that process. Could just work. First, let's make sure that this still works. Yeah, seems good. I don't know why it's on this and not that. But there we are. I can only assume that one of the signs is slightly louder than the other. Here we are. And here we start suppressing. So what happens if we suppress lots more this time? Ooh, it gets really aggressive. That's very aggressive. Interesting. Interesting. Might just be a way of ramping that up. Did it mess with the low frequency area? Oh, well, now it does it in both of them. Oh, I think it's suppressing it slightly on the back of just the random noise itself. So we don't want to hit it that hard. Definitely not. Huh. What if we were not suppressing it? What if we're just at 1? I don't know if you should watch a new crop circle movie or not. I guess that's kind of up to you. So this is a very soft clip. So soft that it's barely even generating any highs. And then as we zoom in, we are starting to see that level come right down. Interesting. And that, mind you, is with no amplification of that signal. Boost is not in play when it's set to exactly 1. Interesting. It's a high frequency. Hmm. Let's maybe just get a little creative with this. And we're going to redo slew along the lines of what intermediate is. Same restrictions, same kind of behavior, same method for a sort of bucket brigade behavior, except for we are going to be doing it with the little loop, just the same way we did. And instead of feeding in the value, we're going to feed in the absolute subtracted value. Meaning we must also do this. Hang on. Curly brackets. Alrighty, that's got that sorted. Then we do the same thing that we do with this. Boop. But here. Or, why are we, if it's the same, why aren't we just bundling it together? Save the trouble. Like that. And then oh, we fed it in first. Okay. Follows the same rules. So we feed that in like this. And now we have this, but this part stops being a thing. But here's something we can do. I don't think we can actually use slew itself because we're using that for the array. So instead, we'll do something else. We do this. Oh, got that backwards. And then we always do that. And then we iterate. And then we allow for 0 to be an available number because we are assigning it as one of our things. And then if, remember we're seeking the largest of the lot. So we're going to rapidly scoot through those. And that ought to do it. And we can even test that with the higher setting. But in theory, that should smooth things out a bit, maybe. I don't know whether that's actually giving me extra, but this time we're doing x is larger than or equal to 0 and then minus minus. So we're starting from spacing. We might get an extra comparison in there, which is what I was shooting for. And then we do this with it. And since it was already enough, let's ignore boost. We shouldn't actually have to crank it up. We might actually want to attenuate it. So if we attenuate it, it'll be divided by 1. And if this don't work, we can amplify it. It can be spacing times 2 or something. That would be crazy. But maybe not so crazy that it wouldn't work. I do have a half an hour a stream to fool around with stuff, so let's see. As the usual habit is, drink too much coffee, hack away like mad, and end up doing so much in the last 5 minutes that I have to keep going. I mean, if it works, I'm not complaining. But I can't do that 2 times in a row, that's the thing. A little distortion. Up we go. Doesn't sound like that cut it back very much. It did though. Just not very much. So that's pretty clean. If I dial that back, it'll do even less. One thing I could do is that doubling thing I was talking about. It'll be a little bit messy, but it might just work. Essentially, if we're talking about continuing repeating cycles, and that's where the aliasing is coming from, and I'm tracking cycles that are too high in frequency to work, I could track them over twice the width of what I'm working with. So what that would mean is we're now doing intermediate of 32, not 16, meaning that we can no longer instantiate it like this, but we have to keep going further. Actually, I always like leaving a little room for extra there, so we're going to add 1. I never quite trust all of this stuff. It has given me fits before. We will prefer not to have fits. There. So now that goes to 32, which should mean that we can define spacing, or we can use spacing doubly. So there's our countdown there. And then we have to do this separately as well. So we don't get to do that way. That can be there, but this has to be here. Spacing's in it. Why am I multiplying it by double? What am I thinking? That's an int. That's an int. I don't need to be multiplying it by no double. Makes no sense. So that's still cool. That doesn't need to be a double. We're certainly not doing intermediate here. In fact, we can cut this right back to only this. There's the slew-based spacing situation. And then here's intermediate, which doesn't have to be changed. I just have to remove that bit. And I've also removed the closing curly bracket, so I can do that. And with that, should be working. Or not. Okay, what's it missing? How was postclip not defined by anything? How is input sample not defined by anything? That makes no sense. Okay, what are we missing? Let's just undo past whatever that was. Yes. Okay, so here's just ordinary spacing, so we don't have slew here. Does it build? So that was the problem. So we can put that there. So we could save that. It worked again. Keeps getting more complicated, but what the hey. If it's for a good purpose, it's for a good purpose. Alrighty, now what do we got? At the maximum effectiveness, which I can reduce if I want, we get one of these. Oh, that didn't reduce much at all. That didn't reduce much at all. Did it make problems, though? No. No, I don't call that a problem. Put it back. Let's run it again. Let's clip it harder and see what it does then. Boop. Okay, it really doesn't look like it's doing much. Am I doing this right? It's definitely going to be finding the max of those. Because if it's less than whatever that is, then it becomes that. We apply it. We're doing it times E, so we're no longer doing any form of boosting. But that could be amended quite easily. And we are at 96K, so we're doing a 2x. That's what that sounded like. I'm seeing those additional peaks beyond. This is the sample positions. This is how hot the intersample peaks can go. So this is not taking enough of an effect. But there is a quick way that I can remedy that without even involving boost. All I got to do is this. That makes it possible for me to increase it by a factor of 4, which is probably as much as I need to go, but we'll find out. And then if I can get a good setting, we can just hard code that right in. Also, I have not listened to any of the actual music with it. And we've got everything up to and including Alien Kittens 192. But we're going to continue to play with the test tones for the moment. A little bit of hard clip. It's kind of getting louder. Okay. I'm less satisfied with this. And I'll tell you why. I thought I was increasing this quite a lot, but apparently not. So what happened? Formerly, I was able to smush this right down. If I do final slew times E times 10, then 1 is unity gain. And what am I missing? So spacing. Oh, that's what I'm missing. Do you see where I got that wrong? Do you see where we got that wrong? We're no longer applying it. In order to make this work, I have to put a value in at the end. And then we're counting down from times 2. So no matter what I put in, it always overwrites it. So never mind. Probably times 1 is still fine. I just missed a trick there. So it's not ever, if I do it this way, it's never even seeing a slew. Everything's always 0. Because there's always a 0 at spacing times 2. And it's being copied right over whatever I put in there. So we got to do this. Now it should work. I have removed the gain boosting thing that I did because this would be the problem. I can immediately see that was the problem. Because the way it's counting, it was clearly counting right across where it previously was. So the new expanded version acts like this. See? And at unity gain, it's ramping down smoothly, although I could do with amping up the gain on that a little bit. It doesn't need to be that sensitive to high frequency stuff. Or we could amp it up in a different way. We're keeping this little chain of things. What if the amount that we are going to is the slew multiplied by itself? I think the maximum slews can be close to 1. We'll find out. Funnily enough, we don't need to use the fabs. We can just do this. Now it's automatically an absolute value. But let's see if it was useful. That might not be useful. In fact, I'm going to put in my times 10 just in case, just in case this ramped it up to the point where I can't get it to engage. If I do 10, then I can set it to 0.1 and know that that is exactly 1. And anything else, I just move the decimal point and go. This should be interesting because we're averaging out among a bunch of samples, but we're also ramping up the maximum effectiveness quite a lot. But then we're dividing by 1 plus whatever this is, so that's actually going to slow down the effectiveness. So we're kind of compensating and recompensating across the same calculations. So here's where we left off. Does it cut back more or does it cut back less? It doesn't cut back as much. So let's ramp it up a bit. 0.2. Okay, but it's still not hitting around where the high frequencies get real high. What do we got on tap here? Let's do .8. Just ramp it up quite a bit. Oh, interesting. Well, that's something. Is it doing anything to the high frequency stuff over here? I'm gonna have to say no. I don't think it is. Which is good. But what does it do when you hit it with more amplitude? That's what I'm now wondering. Because we've got it set up so it is not hitting more than the very extremes. But what if we ramped up the gain? It stopped having an effect at all? Hang on. Did it do what I thought I did? Maximum distortion. Okay, a weird thing happened. I'm not quite sure what that's about. It's probably a terrible noise. Let's hear it. Kind of a terrible noise. Maybe not that terrible of a noise. Okay, you know what? Let us do the boost thing again. Let's see what we can get out of that. But a boost. Now let's see what kind of action we can get out of this little sucker. Down to the last 15 minutes of stream. Or less. Funnily enough, I had promised myself I was going to do something else, but we'll see what we got out of this anyway. I feel this is worth diving in, going real hard with. So here is neutral. Here is not very heavily distorted. Slacking off on the highs a little bit. Should be able to ramp that up a whole bunch. So we'll see what it does when we've ramped it up as hard as it possibly can go. Weirdly, not that much, huh? Ah, but what's that? Ooh. Okay, so we're running into problems here. We have not failed to do anything with this. It's doing something, but it's doing something terrible. So we don't want that much of whatever this is. And here's how far it crushed down. So technically what we're looking at is a very large amount of suppression. It's just happening in a weird way. So we've got like some stray waves in here. And all we have to do is simply not cut it back nearly as much. And it's going to be acting a lot more normal. See? Normal and more or less normal here too. So, how about let's listen to it as it goes, especially listen to this part right here at the end, and see what happens when we start ramping it up and listening to it. Does it get a node where it becomes quiet? How about this part? Okay, we have to go this hard to get that part to freak out. That's good. So we get over to here, we're already pretty much in the clear with this bit. So what are we looking at when it does this? We have these large spikes, but what does that mean? A previous version of this was able to suppress this stuff much more. A previous version of this was not using the value multiplied by itself, and that might be exactly the point. Let's undo out of all of this and address that idea. So that part's fine. But this needs to not be that times itself. No, no, no. That's making it go too hard. That should be back to normal again. And it won't make any difference whether I subtract the one from the other because we're doing absolute value anyhow. Okay. I'm going to wait to throw another log on the fire until I've done with this. We're down to the last minutes, the last moments. So do we still have boost? Yes, we do. I'm betting that was the problem. I think having it multiplied by itself was the problem. Tips on making... that depends very much on what you're trying to do with them. There are many things one can do with vocals. Okay. Onwards and upwards. Let's do the super hard cancel again and see what it does. Okay, didn't like that. That's a problem. But what happens up here? Okay, that's unnecessary. We're still getting little stray spikes peeking out everywhere. But we have learned that that was completely beyond the beyond and unnecessary. So let's try literally at 1. Okay, flat tops are fine. Slight overclip and not too serious. Go back to raw. Let's try some of the other variations. Let's try a neat little 0.5. I believe that's going to make it be 2. That kicked in a little earlier. This part's still fine. I feel like maybe it's denting in at the center, but you know what? That's all right. And then as I zoom in and zoom out, let's go to where it's loudest. That is where an additional bit of boost kicks in. Whether that overslew is actually much beyond, I think it stops being actually beyond. That's restricting those just a tiny bit. Let's see what happens if we do 0.25. We should still be in the clear over here. I think it's kind of inverting those a little bit, which I'm not a huge fan of. It is, however, making those be louder bursts of noise, so maybe that's fine. And let's see if I can spot where the overs come in. It's going to be past here. Nope. That is a place where we got some cutting back of volume big time. It's a test tone going into this, so this might be fine. This would be the loudest bit. Where it changes character, it does not appear to change the maximum output loudness much. They look to be about exactly the same place. That's a good sign. I think this is catching over slews. I think that's what this is doing. And now let's hear it. Well, let's hear it do its thumpy thing on... I'm going to turn this down or it'll break the laptop. Friendly old alien kittens. 96K. Those hats sound pretty much exactly the same as they did. Now that's a lot of gain. So Unity, $60B, so that's some serious slam. I could believe that was working. Let's run through the other options. The non-oversampled option is not going to give me much in the way of this new special stuff, but it might still work. Yeah. I'm not a great fan of 44.1K, but that does seem to be working. And lastly, the full Monty. If you were to do 192K with all of this stuff at cranking out to the best of its ability, this is going to stress the laptop a little bit, but so here's how loud we usually hear alien kittens. Here's how loud we can make it using clip only 3 and putting like 18 dB into it. That's pretty intense. And lastly, let's just bring in, where's my damn folder? Here it is. Because it's time for me to go and have tacos. But before we do, we're going to throw on the old classic heavy rock sound. Still on the laptop speakers only. Okay, so now I'm curious. Loop. Okay, so that's interfering. Because of course. Added boost. Input. Seems like good settings. Yes, I know, cold tacos. You know how this rolls. I'm going to get to them momentarily. I just want to, after all, that was a 44.1K sample, so I want to hear it again on the 96. The way I had it set. So mostly I can only hear the hats here. But the idea is, can I hear the hats, and even when slamming them so atrociously, is it going to sound like the same hats rather than aliasy mess? So that's entirely too much gain. And then if I apply this, we've cut the volume down a lot, but it is a complete sausage. We can normalize that. And then hear how it handles clip in the DAC. Or maybe it's not going to be. The speakers are a little bit blown. Yep. There's our little fuzzy peaks. Here's one of our high impact attacks. Hats, clearly. Yeah, I think that's some good work going in. So yeah, this ain't coming out this weekend, but everything said and done, I think that actually got somewhere, got a little more advanced over what I had on Tuesday. So that's pretty cool. And along those lines, I will talk to you later, because I'm going to go and have tacos like a good Chris from Airwindows. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.